the last night, not the last night of the week, not the last night of the month, the last night of 49 years. Tomorrow, everything changes. The stone beneath your feet is cold, not the cold of an ordinary night. This cold is different. This cold has been building for 49 years, sitting inside this rock, waiting for exactly this moment. Feel it through the soles of your feet, through the ground you are standing on. This stone remembers every year of those 49. Every harvest, every debt, every name of every person who was taken and never returned. You are standing on a highland. The air at this altitude is thin, not thin in the way that frightens, thin in the way that clarifies, the kind of air that makes everything slightly more real than it was a moment ago. There is no ceremony yet, no announcement, no sound of anything. Beginning, only this, the last night, the cold stone, the thin air, and 49 years, pressing silently against the edge of midnight. Above you, the sky is the kind of dark that only exists at altitude. Not the dark of a city, not the dark of a room with the lights off, the dark that has been here since before the first fire was lit, since before the first word was spoken over it. The stars are so dense, you could almost believe. The sky is not dark at all. That darkness is just the space between one light and the next. And somewhere up there, in that density, in that uncountable brightness, a count is ending. Not a count that human beings invented. A count that was given, dictated, word by word, number by number, to one man on one mountain, at one specific moment that the oldest tradition on earth still remembers precisely. But that comes later. Right now, there is only the cold, the stone, the last night, and something you can feel but cannot yet name, pressing up through the ground, through the soles of your feet, through the bones of your legs, into your chest, into the place where breath lives. The feeling that something is about to be released, something that has been held for 49 years. Something that was promised before you were born, before your parents were born, before anyone alive tonight drew their first breath. The promise was already there, written down in a language most of the world forgot to learn, in a book most of the world was never shown. But one tradition kept it, one community, in the highlands, in the stone churches, in the island monasteries, on the cold lake, above the valley, above the rest of the world, kept it, every word of it, every number, every year of those 49, counted carefully, the way you count something you know you will be held accountable for. Tonight, the count ends, and what happens next has not happened in 49 years. Stand here For a moment, on this stone, in this cold, in this dark, let the weight of that move through you the way cold moves through stone, slowly, completely, without asking permission. The highland is quiet. The wind has stopped. Even the grass between the rocks has gone still. As if the earth itself knows what night this is. As if the stone, the cold, the thin air, the silent grass have all been waiting for the same thing, the same release, the same word that was written down before any of them existed in a book called Jubilees, and that book is still here. There are accounts that do not travel well in daylight. This is one of them. What I am carrying tonight does not belong to the afternoon, does not belong to the ordinary hours, when the world is loud and moving and sure of itself. It belongs to exactly the hour you are in right now. The hour when the noise has finally stopped, when the day has finally finished its insistence, when something older, something much older than anything the day was offering you, becomes possible to hear. My name does not matter here. What matters is what I am holding, a text, not a fragment this time, not a piece of something, not a cave discovery, sealed in a clay jar, waiting for the right century to open it. A complete book, preserved in full, in one language, in one tradition, while almost every other community on earth lost it, set it aside, or was never given it to begin with. The book is called Jubilees, and in the language that kept it, the language that refused to let it disappear, the ancient sacred tongue of the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, it is called something else. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê. Say it slowly if you want. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê. The Book of Divisions. Not Jubilees. Not the word most people know it by. The Book of Divisions, because that is what it actually is. A book about how time is divided, dara. Not randomly, not approximately. Precisely, into units that were not invented by any human being, into a count that was given on a mountain by a being whose name the text preserves exactly, and the primary unit of that count, the number that the entire book is organized around, is 49. In Gez, the word for this unit, this 49-year cycle, this sacred interval of time, is Yobelê. Yobelê. The Jubilee. But hold the sound of it in the Gez, not the English. Yobelê. It carries something the English word has lost, a weight, a directional pull, the sense of a thing moving toward its appointed end and arriving there, not by accident, not by drift, but because the count was always going to reach this number. 7 weeks of years, 7 times 7, 49. And then the 50th, the year that does not belong to the count, the year that belongs to something else entirely. But we are not at the 50th yet. We are on the last night of the 49th, right here on this cold stone, under this dense sky, in this thin air that makes everything slightly more real than it was a moment ago. Tonight, we are going to follow this book carefully, not quickly, not in summary. We are going to stand inside it. The way you stand inside a room you have never entered before, slowly, letting your eyes adjust, because what this book contains is not what most people were told it contains. Most people who have heard of Jubilees at all have heard one version of it, a retelling of Genesis, a priestly calendar text, an ancient legal document about feast days and land rights. That version is not wrong, but it is not complete, because what Mäṣḥafä Kufälê actually preserves what the Ethiopian Orthodox canon held in full, while the rest of the world held only pieces, is something older than any feast day calendar. Something that places the 49-year count not in the history of human observance, but in the structure of creation itself. The count was there before the first Jubilee was ever observed. It was there before the first human being had lived long enough to complete one. It was dictated, written down, preserved, and tonight we are going to read what it actually says, not approximately what it says. The stone is still cold beneath us. The 49th year is still pressing against the edge of midnight. The count has not yet completed. Come inside the book before it does, because what the angel dictated to Moses on that mountain changes the shape of everything you think you know about sacred time, and we are going in slowly all the way to the beginning of the count. Before we go further, night traveler, if this hour, this specific kind of night where the old accounts arrive slowly and the world outside has finally stopped asking things of you, if this is the kind of night you find yourself returning to when everything else has gone quiet, a quiet subscribe keeps the record close. It means the next account finds you the way this one did, without searching, without effort, simply arriving at the hour. Hit the subscribe button when you are ready to receive it. That is all it takes. One quiet action in the direction of more nights like this one Teqemt. And before we continue, Night Traveler, I want to ask you something. Not about the text, not about the count, not about the 49 years. Something simpler. What hour is it? Where you are right now? And has the world outside gone quiet yet? One line in the comments is enough. The time the place, or just the word quiet. I want to picture where you are standing tonight. Who is keeping watch at this hour, in this dark, with this cold stone and this count, pressing up through the ground? Tell me. And one quiet note before we go deeper. The source of everything we are reading from tonight, the Ethiopian Orthodox Bible, the complete canon, the one that kept Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, kept every Jubilee, kept every year of the 49, when almost every other tradition let the count grow thin. It is linked in the description below. If this night has given you something you want to hold in your own hands, that is where it lives, in full. It will be there when you are ready. Det tentet. Now, back to where we were. The stone is still cold, the count is still moving. The 49th year is still pressing against the edge of midnight. And the angel who dictated this calendar is waiting to be named. Come back in. The account continues. There is a moment in the first chapter of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê that most people who have heard of Jubilees have passed over too quickly, not because it is difficult, because it is so precise, so specific, so unambiguous about what it is claiming, that the mind damn trained on softer versions of this story sometimes slides past it without fully landing. I am not going to let that happen. Tonight, I am going to place it in front of you slowly and hold it there until it lands. Teqemt. The text opens on a mountain, not metaphorically. Physically, Moses on Sinai, 40 days, inside the cloud, inside the specific quality of silence that only exists at extreme altitude when the cloud comes down and the world below disappears. You know this part, or you think you do, because the version most people carry says that on that mountain, Moses received the law, the commandments, the ordinances, the instructions for the tabernacle. That version is not wrong. But Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the Book of Divisions, the text the Ethiopian Orthodox canon preserved in full, while the rest of the world held only pieces, says something more, something that changes the entire shape of what happened on that mountain. It says that Moses did not receive the law from silence. He received it from a voice, a specific voice, belonging to a specific being whose name the text preserves exactly Ṭäqläy. In Ge'ez, the term is Mäläqqt Zä-Ḥadär. Mäläqqt Zä-Ḥadär, the angel of the presence, not an angel. The angel of the presence. That distinction matters more than it might first appear. In the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, in the manuscript copies of Jubilees that survived in GAs when the Hebrew original had already ceased, to circulate as a complete text in most of the ancient world. The angel of the presence is not a messenger sent from a distance. This is the being who stands in the immediate presence of the Holy One, not in the outer courts, not in the second heaven, not at the edge of something, in the presence, directly, constantly. And it is this being, this Mäläḳt Zä-Ḥadär, who was given a specific instruction on that mountain. Jubilees chapter 1, verse 27. The Lord said to the angel of the presence, "Write for Moses, from the beginning of creation until my sanctuary has been built among them for all eternity." Write it down, not summarize it, not approximate it, not give a general outline of the important parts. Write it from the beginning, all of it, tenslent. Now, hold what that means for a moment. Because what Moses received on that mountain was not only a set of instructions for human behavior, he received a record, a complete account of time from its first moment, divided into a specific structure. That structure is the Jubilee count, and the being who dictated it was not speaking from memory, was not reconstructing something distant. The angel of the presence was present at what it was describing. It was there when the count began. It was there at the first division of time. It was there when the first 7 years completed themselves and the first sabbatical year arrived, and it was there on that mountain giving Moses not a human interpretation of what had happened, but a first-hand account from a witness who had not left the presence long enough to forget anything. Then the textual context of this claim matters deeply. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê was preserved in its complete form in Ge'ez by the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church when scholars in the 19th century began recovering the full text of Jubilees for the wider academic world. They did not find it in a Hebrew archive. They did not reconstruct it from Greek fragments. They went to Ethiopia, because that is where it was, complete, intact, copied by hand, generation after generation, in stone rooms, in highland monasteries, by scribes who understood that what they were preserving was not a historical curiosity. It was a living account of how time works. And at the center of that account was the angel of the presence standing on a mountain with a specific instruction. Write it down. From the beginning, den Ṭäqläy. What stays with me about this passage, and I have read it many times, in the years since I first encountered it, is the specific verb the Ge'ez text uses at the moment the instruction is given, not received. Given The angel of the presence did not hand Moses a completed text and step back. The instruction was to write actively in the moment on the mountain with Moses as the hand and Mäläḳt Zä-Ḥadär as the voice, which means that what we are reading in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê tonight is not a human reconstruction of divine events. According to the text itself, it is a transcription. One voice, one hand, one mountain, one specific night that the count of 49 years was committed to writing for the first time, and the parchment that received it was held in hands that were shaking slightly, not from cold, from the weight of what was being placed inside them. Ṭäqläy. Imagine that room, if you can call it a room. The open mountain, the clouds still present. The world below, completely gone. Not visible, not audible, not reachable. Just the stone beneath the knees. Just the voice, us, of Mäläќt Zä-Ḥadär, precise, unhurried, dictating account that began before the mountain existed, and a man writing as fast as the voice allowed, trying to keep up with a record that was already complete before the first word was spoken aloud. Direct, the lamp in the scribal room, where this was later copied, in Giez, burned low at this passage, not because the hour was late, because the scribe copying these words by hand on a cold highland night paused here, set the reed down for a moment, and looked at what had just passed through their hand. Mäläќt Zä-Ḥadär, the angel who stood in the presence, dictating the count from the beginning to a man on a mountain who wrote it down because he was told to, and what he wrote survived in one language, in one tradition, all the way to tonight, all the way to this cold stone beneath your feet, all the way to this hour. That does not travel well in daylight, but travels perfectly. Here, Ṭäqläy, the count begins with a structure, and that structure is what the next fragment is going to show us. 7 times 7, and what arrives after it. Stay with it. We are going deeper into the division of time. The angel did not stop at the instruction. The voice continued. And what came next in the dictation was not the law, not the commandments, not the feast days, not the land ordinances. What came next was the beginning. Chapter 2, verse 1 of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the angel of the presence, speaking to Moses still on the mountain, still inside the cloud, still with the reed in his hand, still writing, says this. Tenetatet. On the first day, the Lord created the heavens. And then, immediately before any other detail of the first day is given, the text names who was already there. Tet towns, 2 orders, not 1, 2. The first is the angels of the presence. The second is the angels of sanctification. In Gez, the second order carries a name that the Ethiopian manuscript tradition preserved with a specific precision that most translations have softened or collapsed into something simpler than what the text actually says. The term is Zä-Sänbät, Zänbät, Zänbät, of the Sabbath, not angels who would later come to keep the Sabbath, not angels who were assigned to oversee human Sabbath observance, angels whose very name in the Ge'ez carries the Sabbath inside it, as though the Sabbath thumb was not something they were given as a task, but something they were made of, something woven into what they were from the first moment of the first day, before the earth existed, before a single human being had drawn a first breath, before there was any ground to stand on the 7th day. The Zä-Sänbät were already there, already keeping what would later be commanded to the earth tent. Hold that for a moment, because this is the claim that the Ethiopian canon preserved in full, while other traditions let it grow thin. The Sabbath was not invented at Sinai. It was not instituted for human convenience. It was not created as a rest day for people who needed to stop working once a week. The Sabbath, according to Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, according to the voice of Mäläqqt Zä-Ḥadär dictating to Moses on the mountain, was already being kept in heaven on the first day of the first day of the first week of the first year of the count. Before the count had a single year inside it. The textual context of this claim is something I want to give you carefully, because it is easy to hear this and think it is a theological decoration, a poetic addition, something the tradition added to make the Sabbath feel more ancient, more important, more sacred than it would otherwise appear. But that is not what the manuscript shows. What the manuscript shows is structuraler. Jubilees chapter 2 in the Ge'ez tradition does not mention the Zä-Sänbät in passing. It places them at the opening of the creation account, before the waters, before the firmament, before the light, before the darkness is separated from the light. The 2 orders of angels are the first named beings in the entire account of creation, which means the text is making a specific structural argument that the Sabbath is not a feature added to creation on the 7th day. It is a presence woven into creation from the first moment of the first day. The Zä-Sänbät were there when the heavens were made. They were there when the earth was made. They were there through all 6 days of making. And on the 7th day, they did not begin to keep the Sabbath. They continued what they had always been doing. Tentenerikt, the scribal hand that copied this passage in the oldest surviving G's manuscripts of Jubilees, did something at this point in the text. Something I have read about in the accounts of scholars who have worked directly with these manuscripts. The hand slowed, not dramatically, not in a way that announces itself across the centuries, but in the specific way a hand slows when the person holding the reed has arrived at something that they do not want to pass through quickly. The letters at the Zä-Sänbät passage are slightly more careful than the letters in the sections seen surrounding them, as though the scribe understood that this was not a detail inside the account. This was the ground. The account was standing on Teqemt, and what the account is standing on changes everything about the Saturday Sabbath that the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition still keeps tonight. Because if the Sabbath was already present on the first day of creation, carried inside the very nature of the Zä-Sänbät, then the question, of which day is the Sabbath, is not a question about human preference. It is not a question about council decisions or institutional shifts, or which tradition happened to gain more political influence in which century. It is a question about which day the Zä-Sänbät have always rested in, and the answer that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê gives is the 7th, not the first day of the week, rebranded as sacred. The 7th, the same 7th that the angels were carrying inside their name before the earth existed to name anything. Ṭäqläy. Now, I want to show you something specific about how the Ethiopian tradition handled this claim. Because it is one thing to preserve a text, it is another thing to understand what you are preserving and to organize your entire liturgical life around it. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church did not keep the Saturday Sabbath by accident. They did not keep it because they forgot to update their calendar. They kept it because Mäṣḥafä Kufälê told them in the clearest possible terms that the 7th day was sanctified before the first human being existed to observe it, and a tradition that has read that claim in full in its own language for 15 centuries does not set it aside, because a council in a distant city in a different century decided something different. Teqemt. The lamp in the stone room is burning low now. The highland wind outside the walls has picked up slightly. You can hear it moving across the stone, the way wind moves across surfaces that have been there long enough to stop being surprised by weather. The parchment on the low wooden surface is cold at the edges, where the lamp's warmth does not reach, but the text is still visible in the circle of light. Jubilees, chapter 2, the Zä-Sänbät present from the first moment of first day, carrying the Sabbath inside their name, inside their nature, inside the very structure of what they were made to be, before any count had begun, before any year had been divided, before the number 49 meant anything to anyone on the earth below Ṭäqläy. The Sabbath was already there, in heaven, being kept by beings whose name in Ge'ez tells you exactly what they were for, Zä-Sänbät, of the Sabbath. And now, the count needs to be shown to you in full. Because what the Jubilee structure actually is, how it divides time, what it places at the center of every 7 years, and what it places at the end of every 49, is the part that most people were never given permission to understand. The next fragment goes there, into the number itself, into the structure that the angel of the presence Chems dictated from the beginning. Stay with it. We are not finished with the count. Before we go further, I want to show you the structure. Not the theology around it, not the human history of it, the structure itself. Because until you see how this count is actually built from the inside, the number 49 remains just a number, and it is not just a number, desecrant. Start with the smallest unit, nor 1 year, in the Jubilee calendar, as Mäṣḥafä Kufälê preserves it. 1 year is not simply 12 months, completing themselves and beginning again. 1 year in this count is a unit inside a larger unit, inside a larger unit still. A year is a brick inside a wall, inside a building, inside a city that was designed before the first brick was laid. Teqemt. Now, take 7 of those years. 7, 1 through 7. In the Jubilee calendar, the 7th year is not simply the year after the 6th thumb, the way the 6th thumb was the year after the 5th. The 7th year carries a name and a function. The name in the Hebrew tradition is Shemitah, the sabbatical year, the year of release. In the 7th year, according to both the Hebrew tradition and the gaze preservation of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the land rests. Debts are released. What has been accumulated through 6 years of labor is not simply continued into the 7th. The 7th year interrupts deliberately, by design, as though the structure of time itself refuses to let accumulation continue indefinitely, as though every 7 years the count insists on a pause, a breath, a release, That is the first layer. 1 week of years, 7 years. The seventh being the Shemitah, the sabbatical, the pause built into the structure of time itself, tent. Now, take 7 of those weeks. 7 weeks of years. 7 times 7. 49. In Gez, the term for this unit, this complete cycle of 7 sabbatical years is not simply Yobelê, though Yobelê is what the whole 49-year period moves toward, the internal name for what the 49th year itself carries is something more specific. Sabbatical Sabbath. Sabbatical Sabbath. The Sabbath of Sabbaths, not a Sabbath, not the Sabbath. The Sabbath of Sabbaths. The seventh of the seventh. The pause, inside the pause, the release that releases all the releases that came before it, that tentite. Think about what that means architecturally. Every 7 years, a sabbatical arrives and releases what the previous 6 years had accumulated. 7 times that happens inside one Jubilee cycle. 7 sabbaticals, 7 releases, 7 interruptions of accumulation, and then, at the end of the 49th year, the Ṣeybät arrives, and what it releases is not just the accumulation of the 49th year. It releases the weight of all 49, everything that was held through 7 complete cycles of release, released again at a deeper level, from a deeper place, Teqemt, in the physical world of the ancient text. This meant specific things. Land that had been sold returned to its original family. Servants who had been bound went free. Debts that had survived even the 7 sabbatical years were cancelled. Everything returned to the state it was in before the 49 years began, as though the count had a memory, as though the structure of time preserved not just what happened inside it, but what was owed at the beginning of it and at the end of the 49th year, presented the bill and cancelled it. Simultaneously, the template, the textual context of this structure in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is important, because the Book of Jubilees is not simply describing a human legal institution. It is describing a pattern that was built into time before any human institution existed to observe it. The angel of the presence is dictating to Moses on the mountain was not describing a system that Moses should implement. The angel was describing the structure that was already there. That had been there from the first week of the first year of the count. The Shemitah was built in. The Ṣeybät was built in. The Jubilee was built in, not added later, not legislated into existence by a human assembly, woven into the architecture of time itself. before any human being had lived through a single year of it, Teqemt. Now, here is what the Ethiopian canon preserved that shorter canons did not hold in full. The Jubilee count in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is not simply a legal calendar governing land rights and debt release in ancient Israel. It is a cosmological map, a map of how sacred time moves from the first moment of creation to the last moment of the count. And inside that map, every unit of time mirrors every other unit. The week mirrors the year mirrors the Jubilee. The Jubilee mirrors something larger still that the text gestures toward but does not fully name, as though the structure of time is fractal, the same pattern repeating at every scale. 7. Then the pause, then release. 7. Then the pause, then release. All the way up and all the way down through every level of the count. Trunt. What stays with me about this structure every time I return to this passage in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is that it was preserved in full in a community that organized its entire relationship to time around it. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo tradition did not simply read about the Jubilee calendar. They lived inside it. Their liturgical year, their feast cycles, their Sabbath observance, their understanding of when sacred time arrives and when it releases. All of it built on the same foundation that the angel of the presence dictated on the mountain. 7 times 7. And then the Ṣeybät, the pause. Inside the pause, the release. That releases everything. Tzet. The cold stone beneath your feet tonight has been inside some version of this count since before the first Jubilee was ever observed. On it, the ground you are standing on has been released and released again more times than any record has managed to count, and the count is still running. Granite. The next fragment takes us back to the mountain, to the specific scene of the dictation, because there is something about Sinai itself, about the physical location of where the count was given, that the text preserves in a way most people never stop to examine. Stay with it. We are going back to the mountain, not as a symbol, not as a metaphor for spiritual elevation or divine encounter in the general sense. Go back to it as a place, a specific place, rock, altitude, the particular quality of silence that only exists above a certain height when the wind has temporarily stopped and the world below has disappeared into distance and cloud, a place where the air is thin enough that every breath requires slightly more effort than it would at the level of ordinary living, where the rock face beside you is warm on one side from the sun that has been pressing against it since morning, and cold on the other, where the shadow falls with the specific coldness of high places that have never fully warmed. That is where Moses was. Not in a vision, not in a dream state, not at a symbolic summit representing spiritual aspiration. On a mountain, with his knees on the stone, and the stone pressing back the way stone always presses back, without opinion, without comfort, without anything except its own considerable presence. Teqemt. Jubilees chapter 1, verse 5. In Gs, this mountain is named Ṭur Sinai. Ṭur Sinai. The word Ṭur in the Gs and Semitic tradition does not simply mean mountain in the geographical sense. It carries the sense of a place that rises above the ordinary level of the world, not merely in elevation, but in function. A Ṭur is a place where the distance between one order of being and another becomes smaller than it is anywhere else. Not eliminated, smaller, compressed by the altitude, by the stone, by the specific quality of what happens to air and light and sound at that height. When Mäṣḥafä Kufälê names this mountain as the delivery point of the Jubilee count, it is not choosing Sinai arbitrarily. It is saying that the mountain itself was the reason that the count could only be given at a place where the distance between the one dictating and the one receiving was compressed enough for the full weight of what was being transferred to survive the crossing Ṭäqläy, and what was being transferred was not small. Jubilees 1:5 in the Gs preservation frames the Sinai encounter in a way that most people who know the Exodus account have never been shown. The text says that the Lord called Moses to the top of the mountain, and then, before any commandment, before any legal ordinance, before any instruction about the tabernacle or the priesthood or the feast days, the Lord told Moses what the mountain was for, not what would be built below it. What the mountain itself was for. Teqemt. It was the delivery point, the place chosen before Moses was born, before Israel existed, before any of the 40 generations between Abraham and the Exodus had drawn a single breath. Chosen because of its height, because of its stone, because of the specific compression of distance that only Ṭur Sinai could provide for the transfer of a record that began at the first moment of the first day of creation and was being delivered here on this rock face at this altitude, in this thin air, to this one man kneeling on this specific stone, with the world below completely gone, dead and lent. I want to stay inside the scene for a moment. Because the physical reality of where Moses was is something that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê treats with a seriousness that later traditions sometimes lose in the rush to get to the content of what was given. The Ethiopian manuscript tradition did not rush past the mountain to get to the law. It stayed on the mountain. It described the stone, the height, the cloud, the 40 days inside the cloud, as though the location was not background detail for the main event, but part of the main event itself, as though what Moses received could only be received at that height, in that stone, in that specific quality of compressed distance between one order and another. Tenelet, 40 days. Think about that number in the context of what we have been reading. 40. In the Jubilee structure, 49 years. Complete a cycle. 40 days on the mountain is not 49, but in the tradition that preserved this text, in the Ethiopian Orthodox understanding of sacred number, 40 is the number of preparation number, the number of the time before the completion, the time inside the process, before the thing being processed arrives at its destination for 40 days inside the cloud on Ṭur Sinai was the preparation for receiving a count whose completion would require 49 years to reach. The man on the mountain was being shaped by the mountain into someone capable of holding what the mountain was about to deliver tantric might, and what the mountain delivered through the voice of Mäläќt Zä-Ḥadär was not only the count, it was the reason for the count, which Jubilees 1.5 preserves in language so direct that I want to give it to you without decoration. The count was given so that Israel would not forget them, the feasts, the Sabbaths, the Jubilees, not so they would invent them, not so they would institute them, so they would not forget what was already there, what had always been there, what the Zä-Sänbät had been keeping since the first moment of the first day of the first week. The count was a reminder of a structure that pre-existed every human being who would ever be asked to observe it. Denitent. The textual significance of this framing in the Ethiopian canon is something I want to be precise about, because in most traditions that received a version of the Jubilee count, the framing is legislative. Here is the law, here is what you must do, here is the penalty for failing to observe it. In Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, as preserved in Ge'ez, the framing is memorial. Here is what exists. here is what has always existed. Here is what you are in danger of forgetting. And here is the mountain you are standing on, which was chosen before you existed as the place where the reminder would be delivered. The difference between a law and a reminder of something that already exists is not a small difference. A law can be changed by a later authority with sufficient power. A reminder of something that was woven into time before any authority existed. To change anything cannot be changed by changing the law. It can only be forgotten. And the Ethiopian tradition that kept Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in full, when almost every other community lost it or set it aside, kept it precisely because they understood the difference. They were not preserving a law, they were preserving a memory of something that existed before the mountain that delivered it existed. The stone beneath your feet tonight is Ṭur Sinai in miniature, not the same rock, the same function, a surface that rises slightly above the ordinary level of the world, where the distance between one order and another compresses slightly. In the late hour, in the thin air of a night that does not belong to daylight thinking, where a count that was given on a mountain 3,000 years ago can clearly still be heard. Teqemt, what comes next in the account is the count itself applied, the years named, the patriarchs placed inside the Jubilee structure, Enoch calculated against the cycle. What the Ge'ez text of both Jubilees and First Enoch share at this specific point in the account, and what that overlap tells us about why both texts survived in the same tradition, in the same language, in the same stone rooms, by the same careful hands. Stay with it. The count is about to be populated with names. The count needed names, not just numbers, not just the architecture of 7 times 7 and the Ṣeybät arriving at the end of every 49 years. It needed human lives placed inside it, so that the structure was not only a mathematical truth about the nature of time, but a lived reality, a thing that actual people had moved through, breath by breath, year by year, jubilee by jubilee. And so, beginning in chapter 4 of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the angel of the presence still dictating, still on the mountain, still, with Moses writing as fast as the voice aloud begins to place the patriarchs inside the count, not loosely, not approximately, with a precision that tells you immediately that this is not a storytelling exercise. This is a record, a careful, deliberate, cross-referenced record of which human life fell inside which Jubilee, in which year of which sabbatical cycle. The kind of precision that only makes sense if the count itself is real, if it was not invented to accommodate the lives, but the lives were placed inside a structure that already existed, waiting for them, that at fight. Adam first, in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, Adam's life is placed inside the first Jubilee with a specificity that the Genesis account, as most people received it, does not preserve. The text tells us not only that Adam lived 930 years, it tells us which Jubilee he was in when he was created, which year of which sabbatical cycle, when he first walked on the ground that was still warm from being made, which week of years he was inside when he was placed in the garden, and which Jubilee had already completed itself by the time he died, then Seth, then Enoch, then Kenan, then Mahalalel, each name placed inside the count, like a stone placed inside a wall that was already standing before the stone arrived. Each life fitted into the architecture of the 49-year cycle with the kind of care that tells you the architect had designed the spaces before the lives arrived to fill them. Talat, talat, tat, talat. And then, in Jubilees, chapter 4, verse 17, a name arrives that changes the weight of everything that came before it. Enoch, Lot. In Ge'ez, his name is Enoch Gor, and in the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition, Enoch is not simply a patriarch in a genealogy. He is the author of the second great text that the tradition preserved alongside Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, Mäṣḥafä Enoch, the Book of Enoch, First Enoch, the text that the Ethiopian canon kept in full in Ge'ez, when every other major Christian and Jewish tradition had set it aside, removed it, or lost the complete version entirely. And here, in Jubilees chapter 4, these two texts touch each other in the same tradition, copied by the same hands, preserved in the same stone rooms, at the same highland altitude, by the same lamplight. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê and Mäṣḥafä Enoch, meeting at the name of Enoch Ṭäqläy. What Jubilees chapter 4 says about Enoch is precise in a way that the Genesis account is not. Genesis tells us that Enoch walked with God and was not, for God took him. That account is true as far as it goes. But Mäṣḥafä Kufälê goes further. It tells us how old Enoch was when he began to walk with the angels. It tells us which Jubilee he was inside when he was taken. It tells us what he was doing in the years before he was taken. He was writing Teqemt. Jubilees 4:17 says that Enoch was the first among men to learn writing and knowledge and wisdom, and that he wrote the signs of heaven according to the order of their months in a book. A book. Not a tradition passed orally, not a memory carried from generation to generation in the mouth of whoever was willing to carry it. A book written down, the signs of heaven, according to the order of their months. Which means that when Mäṣḥafä Enoch arrives in the tradition, it is not arriving as a later addition to the sacred library. According to Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, it is the first book ever written by a human hand, Ṭäqläy, the scribal community that preserved both texts in Ethiopia understood this connection, and I believe it shaped the way they copied both. Because when you know that the tradition you are working in traces its written origins to Enoch himself, to the first man, whoever set a reed to a surface and preserved what the signs of heaven were showing, the act of copying by lamplight in a stone room at highland altitude on a cold night in a language most of the world has forgotten to learn, becomes something other than a professional task. It becomes a continuation, a link in a chain that began with the first literate man in the first Jubilee of the Count, and has not broken since Ṭäqläy. Now, let me show you the specific calculation that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê performs with Enoch's years, because this is the moment where the precision of the Jubilee count becomes impossible to mistake for decoration. Enoch lived 365 years. That number in most traditions is noted and passed over as a curiosity. 365, the same as the days in a solar year, a beautiful coincidence, perhaps, or a later scribal addition meant to give Enoch a symbolic lifespan. That is one reading, but Mäṣḥafä Kufälê does not treat it as a coincidence or a symbol. It treats it as a precise coordinate inside the Jubilee count. 365 years placed against the 49-year cycle gives you 7 complete Jubilees with a specific remainder. 7 times 49 is 343. 365 minus 343 is 22. Enoch was taken in the 22nd year of the 8th Jubilee. Not approximately, exactly. And the text names that year, places it inside the count the way you place a stone in the exact position it was cut for Ṭäqläy. The textual significance of this calculation in the context of both Mäṣḥafä Kufälê and Mäṣḥafä Enoch together is something I want to give you carefully, because in Mäṣḥafä Enoch, in the Book of Enoch, that the Ethiopian canon preserved in full Enoch is not simply a man who was taken before he died. He is the one who was shown the entire structure of heaven, the seven heavens, the movements of the stars, the names of the angels, the calendar of sacred time. He was shown everything that the angel of the presence would later dictate to Moses on the mountain, which means that the Jubilee count that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê records being given to Moses was already known to Enoch before Moses was born, before the mountain existed as a delivery point, before Israel had a single generation inside the count. Enoch knew the structure because Enoch had been shown the structure, Aran, and then he wrote it down, Aran, in the first book ever written by a human hand. What stays with me about this convergence of the two texts at the name of Enoch way is the specific way the Ethiopian scribal tradition handled them together in the island monasteries of Lake Qärnä, in the highland scribal centers of the Ethiopian interior. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê and Mäṣḥafä were not kept in separate archives, as though they were unrelated texts from unrelated traditions. They were kept together, copied by the same hands, in the same sessions, by the same lamplight, on the same cold nights, as though the community that preserved them understood what the texts themselves were saying at the point where they touch. That Mäṣḥafä, Enoch and Mäṣḥafä Kufälê are not two separate books about two separate things. They are two parts of one record, the record that began when Enoch first set his reed to a surface and wrote down the signs of heaven according to the order of their months, and continued when Moses knelt on the stone of Ṭur Sinai and wrote down what the angel of the presence dictated from the beginning of the count. Two scribes, separated by generations, writing different parts of the same account, both preserved in full, in one language, in one tradition, in one community that understood what it was holding well enough to hold it carefully. For 15 centuries, without losing a single Jubilee of the count. The lamp in the stone room is burning very low now. The circle of light on the page has shrunk to the width of two hands, placed side by side. But the names are still visible inside it. Adam, Seth, Enosh, Kenan, Mahalalel, Enoch, each one placed inside the count with precision, each one a coordinate inside an architecture that was designed before the first of them drew his first breath. Ṭäqläy and the count continues past them, past every name the text places inside it, all the way to a moment we are going to reach tonight. But before we get there is a place in this manuscript where something happened that I have not been able to explain. And I am not going to pretend otherwise. The record stops here, not in the text, in the scribe. Stay with me. I want to show you exactly where the hand stopped moving. Here, right here, in the manuscript. At the Enoch passage, the scribe stopped. Not the text, the scribe. Every other significant passage in this section carries a marginal note, a cross-reference, a liturgical mark, something that says a human being sat here and understood what they were copying. Here, nothing. The reed was set down. No note was added. No mark was made. Whatever the scribe understood at this moment, they kept it to themselves. I have sat with that silence a long time. I am not going to fill it tonight, Ṭäqläy. Now, back to what we can see. Come outside, Allard. Leave the manuscript room for a moment. Leave the lamp, the stone walls, the cold parchment, the circle of light shrinking toward the page. Come outside into the morning of the year that follows the 49th. Because what Mäṣḥafä Kufälê describes in the Jubilee year is not only a theological truth about the structure of time, it is a physical event. It is a physical event, something that happened on the ground, in the open air, between actual people who had been waiting for this morning for 49 years. Some of them, their entire lives tent a tent. The air on this morning is different from the air of every ordinary morning that preceded it. Not in temperature, not in the direction of the wind, not in any quality that a stranger arriving from outside would be able to identify. The difference is known only to those who have been counting, who have been keeping track of the years, the way you keep track of something that is coming toward you, slowly but certainly. 49 years of knowing that this morning was going to arrive. And now it has arrived. Ṭäqläy in Ge'ez, the verb that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê uses for what happens in the Jubilee year, is Färräqä, to release, to set free, to loose what has been bound. But the Ge'ez carries something more than the English translation manages to hold. Färräqä, in its full weight, in the tradition that preserved it, does not simply mean to open a hand and let something fall. It means to restore something to the condition it was in before the binding happened. Not merely freedom from what constrained it, but return to what it was before constraint arrived. The difference between those two things is not a small difference. Ṭäqläy. Let me show you what Färräqä meant in the physical world of the Jubilee year, according to Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, in the tradition that the Ethiopian Orthodox canon preserved most completely. The first thing that the Jubilee year released was land. In the ancient world that this text describes, land was not simply property. In the modern sense, land was identity, a family's connection. To its land was a connection to its ancestors, to its name, to its place in the structure of the community. When land was sold, under economic pressure, or lost through debt, or transferred through the various forms of displacement that accumulate across 49 years of ordinary life, what was lost was not only ground. What was lost was belonging and Färräqä. The release of the Jubilee year did not simply return the ground. It returned the belonging, the family that had lost its land 20 years ago, or 30 years ago, or in the generation before this one, walked back onto ground that remembered them, not metaphorically, legally, physically, by the specific force of a count that had been running since the angel of the presence dictated it on the mountain. The count itself was the mechanism of return den Teqemt. The second thing that the Jubilee year released was debt. Not the debts of the 49th year alone, not the debts of the most recent sabbatical cycle. The debts that had survived all 7 sabbatical years inside the count, the ones that were too large to be released by a single sabbatical, the ones that had outlasted every 7-year pause in the accumulationer, those debts cancelled, not restructured, not negotiated into a more manageable form, cancelled by the Sänbät, the Sabbath of Sabbaths, the pause that pauses, all the pauses that came before it. The debt that survived 7 releases met the 8th and did not survive it. Teqemt, the third thing that the Jubilee year released, was people. In the ancient world, the text describes economic collapse could reduce a person to a form of bound service that the tradition does not soften with euphemism. People were bound to other people through debt, through displacement, through the slow accumulation of circumstances that removed choice from a human life, the way water removes soil from a hillside. Slowly, continuously, without drama, until one morning there was nothing left to stand on, and the Jubilee year said, enough. Not because the authority granting the release had decided to be merciful on this particular morning, but because the count had reached its number, and the count did not negotiate. It simply arrived at 49, and Färräqä followed as inevitably as the morning follows the 49th night, Ṭäqläy, stand here, on this open ground, in this morning air, and try to feel what that meant to the person who had been waiting their entire life for this morning, who had been born into a family that had lost its land before they were old enough to remember what standing on it felt like, who had grown up knowing the count was running, knowing the 49 years were moving toward completion, knowing that the morning of Färräqä was coming, and who now, on this specific morning, in this specific air, on this specific open ground, feels the count complete itself beneath their feet. The same cold stone you have been standing on tonight, but warm now, warm with arrival, totally the textual context of this release in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is important because the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition that preserved this text did not read the Jubilee release as a historical curiosity about ancient Israelite economic law. They read it as a living theology of what sacred time does to the accumulated weight of ordinary time. Every 49 years, the weight is lifted, not because human beings decided to lift it, because the structure of time itself was designed to refuse indefinite accumulation. The angel of the presence dictating to Moses on the mountain was not describing a social policy, was not proposing an economic reform, was describing the nature of time itself, which was built by whoever built it to release. Every 7 years, a small release. Every 49 years, a complete release. The Zä-Sänbät, the Färräqä, that releases everything that the 7 smaller releases could not reach. Ṭäqläy. What stays with me about this passage every time I return to it in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is that the Ethiopian tradition that kept this text, kept it in a highland community that understood what accumulated weight feels like. A tradition that survived isolation, political pressure, the loss of access to wider Christian conversation for centuries, that kept its canon intact through conditions that would have justified setting things aside, and that continued to copy, continued to read, continued to chant the theology of Färräqä, the release that comes not through human mercy, but through the count completing itself, as though they knew from personal experience what it meant to wait for a count to reach its number, and to trust that it would tent it. The morning air on this open ground is cold still, but there is something in it that was not in the air of the 49th year, a quality of having arrived somewhere, the same quality that completion carries when it is not the end of but the beginning of a different kind of time. The 50th year does not belong to the count in the same way the 49 did. It belongs to something else. To the released land, the cancelled debt, the freed person walking back onto ground that remembers them, Tenelat tweets, and before the 50th year can begin, before Färräqä can move through the world like wind through open ground, something has to announce it. A sound, a specific sound that the tradition preserved with the same precision it preserved everything else. That sound is what the next fragment, Demps, is going to give you. Stay with it. We are almost at the moment the count declares itself complete. There is a silence that exists only at the end of 10 days of fasting. Not the silence of an ordinary night, not the silence of a room where nothing is happening, the silence of a community that has been carrying something very heavy for 10 consecutive days and has arrived at the end of the carrying. Not the end of the weight, the end of the carrying, which is a different thing, entirely latent. You are standing on open ground on the 10th day of the 7th month, in the tradition preserved by Mäṣḥafä Kufälê. This day has a name in Ge'ez. The concept of atonement, the specific act of covering, of reconciliation, of the restoration of right relationship between what was broken and what it was broken from, carries the term Käbärä. Käbärä, not simply forgiveness in the sense of a debt cancelled by the mercy of the one who was owed, but the restoration of the condition that existed before the debt was incurred, before the breaking happened, which means that Käbärä and Färräqä, the atonement and the release, are not two separate events happening on two separate days. They are the same movement, arriving in two stages. The Käbärä arrives first on the 10th day of the 7th month. The inner restoration, the reconciliation, the covering of what accumulated across the 49 years. And then, when the Käbärä is complete, when the 10 days have done what 10 days of that weight are designed to do, the horn sounds tenetzt. In Ge'ez, the term is Qärnä, Qärnä, the horn, but not any horn, the specific instrument that the tradition assigned to this moment and no other moment in the entire 49-year cycle. The ram's horn, and the reason for the ram's horn specifically is preserved in a detail that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê holds with a precision most other traditions never unpacked. The ram in the memory of the tradition that produced this text is the animal that was provided at the moment Abraham's hand was stopped. The substitute, the animal, that appeared at the exact moment when a different kind of release was needed than the one that had been prepared. And so, when the horn of that animal sounds across the open ground on the 10th day of the 7th month at the end of the 49th year, it carries inside its sound not only the announcement of the Jubilee, it carries the memory of every moment in the tradition's history when release arrived at the exact moment it was needed, when the count completed itself and Färräqä followed as inevitably as the morning follows the night to Ṭäqläy. Now, I want to show you something specific about the timing of this announcement, because this is the detail that most people who know the Jubilee from other traditions have not been given. In the book of Leviticus, as most people received it, the Jubilee is announced on the 10th day of the 7th month. That much is preserved in most traditions, but Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in the Gez preservation of the Ethiopian Orthodox canon is specific about something that Leviticus leaves. As background detail, the Jubilee is not announced at the beginning of the 10th day. It is announced at the end, after the Käbärä is complete, after the 10 days of carrying have been carried all the way to their conclusion. After the community, standing on this open ground, in this cold morning air, has done the full weight of what the 10th day requires, only then the Qärnä .Mäläƙkt, the sequencing, matters theologically in a way that I want to be precise about. Because if the Jubilee were announced at the beginning of the 10th day, the release would arrive before the atonement was complete. The land would be returned, the debt would be cancelled, the bound person would go free before the inner work of the 10 days had finished its movement. And what Mäṣḥafä Kufälê insists on through this specific sequencing is that the outer release follows the inner restoration. Färräqä follows Käbärä. The announcement follows the completion. The horn sounds Aksum after the weight has been carried all the way to its end. Not before Ṭäqläy. Stand here in the silence before the horn. Feel what this community is carrying in these last moments of the 10th day, 10 days of fasting in a body that has been empty since before the first morning of this stretch. The specific lightness that comes not from the absence of food, but from the absence of the ordinary weight of maintaining a full body through an ordinary day. The clarity that arrives somewhere around the 7th or 8th day of this kind of carrying when the mind stops negotiating with the body's requests, and both of them grow quiet together. And in that quiet, something becomes audible that was not audible in the noise of ordinary eating, ordinary drinking, ordinary moving through an ordinary day. Ṭäqläy, the community standing on this ground, has been in that quiet for 10 days. And now, the 10th day is ending. The last light of the 10th day of the 7th month of the 49th year is doing what the last light of any day does. At this altitude, withdrawing slowly from the high ground first, then from the middle ground, then from the valley below, where it pools in the lowest places before it leaves entirely, and in that withdrawing light, in that final amber of the 10th day, someone raises the Qärnä, Ṭäqläy, the sound of a ram's horn at altitude carries differently than it carries at sea level. In thin air, the sound travels further than you expect. It does not dissipate the way sound dissipates in thick, warm air. It moves across the open ground in a way that feels less like a sound being heard and more like a pressure being felt through the sternum, through the bones of the jaw, through the specific hollow in the chest that 10 days of fasting has created. And into that hollow, the Qärnä arrives, sustained, single, unmistakable Ṭäqläy, the textual context of this moment in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, chapter 50, is something I want to give you with care, because chapter 50 is the final chapter of the Book of Jubilees. The last thing the angel of the presence dictated to Moses on the mountain before the dictation was complete was the Jubilee announcement. Not the beginning of the count, not the structure of the 49 years, not the names of the patriarchs placed inside the Jubilee cycle, the end. The Qärnä, the moment the count declares itself complete, and Färräqä moves through the world like the sound of the horn itself, through every bound thing, through every accumulated debt, through every piece of ground that remembers the family it was taken from. The last thing the angel said to Moses before the dictation ended on the mountain was the sound of the horn. Ṭäqläy. What stays with me about this is the shape of it. A book that begins at the beginning of creation, that places every patriarch inside the count with precision, that describes the structure of sacred time from its first unit to its largest, ends not with a summary, not with a conclusion, not with a theological statement about the meaning of everything that came before it. Ends with a sound. The Qärnä, across open ground, at the end of the 10th day, at the end of the 49th year, after the Käbärä is complete. As though the angel of the presence dictating to Moses understood that the count did not need a conclusion. It needed an announcement to Teqemt. The sound has crossed the open ground now. It has passed through every person standing in this air, and the 49th year is behind them. What is in front of them is the 50th, the year that does not belong to the count, the year of Färräqä Teqemt. But the horn that announced it was not sounded on a Saturday by accident, and the tradition that preserved this specific day, this specific month, this specific sequencing king of Käbärä before Qärnä, before Färräqä, before Färräqä, also preserved something about the Saturday Sabbath that no council in any distant city, in any subsequent century, managed to remove from its keeping. That is where the next fragment takes us into the question most people think they already know. The answer to why Saturday and not Sunday. Stay with it. The answer is older than the question. Come back inside, back to the manuscript room, back to the lamp, the cold parchment, the circle of light, on the page, because the question of why Saturday and not Sunday is not a question that can be answered from outside the text. It has to be answered from inside it, from the structure itself, from the count that was dictated on the mountain by a being who was present at the first moment of the first day of the first week, and who knew which day the Zä-Sänbät had always rested in tentats. Most people who have encountered the question of Saturday versus Sunday have encountered it as a denominational dispute, a disagreement between Christian communities about which day belongs to God. Some communities kept Saturday, some communities moved to Sunday, some communities observe both with different weights assigned to each, and the conversation around this question in most of the traditions that engage it tends to circle around the resurrection. The argument that Sunday, the first day of the week, became sacred through the event that occurred on it. That argument has weight in its own tradition. But Mäṣḥafä Kufälê does not engage that argument, not because it is unaware of resurrection theology, but because from inside the count, the question of which day was the Sabbath was settled before the resurrection occurred, before the first century, before the second temple was built, before the first Jubilee claim was ever observed on the ground. It was settled on the first day of the first week of the first year of the count, when the Zä-Sänbät were created with the Sabbath already inside their name, Teqemt. Now let me show you the specific moment in history when the question time became a contest, and what the Ethiopian tradition did when the contest arrived at its door. Ṭäqläy. The year is 363 of the Common Era. The location is Laodicea, a city in what is now Western Turkey. A council of church leaders has gathered, and among the decisions made at that council, one concerns the Sabbath directly. Canon 29 of the Council of Laodicea. Christians must not Judaize by resting on the Sabbath, but must work on that day, rather honoring the Lord's Day, and if they can, resting then as Christians. That is the canon in summary. Not a suggestion, not a pastoral recommendation. A canon, a formal decision of an institutional body with the authority to define what Christian practice looked like in the communities under its influence, and what it defined in 633 was that Saturday Sabbath was to be set aside, not everywhere, not immediately, not with the uniformity that later centuries sometimes assume, but the direction was set Denakot. Now, the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church was not at Laodicea, not because it was excluded, not because it was unaware of what was happening in the councils of the wider Christian world, but because by 363 the Ethiopian tradition had already developed its own deep roots in its own highland soil. Frumentius of Tyre had brought Christianity to the Aksumite Empire in the 4th century, and the tradition that took root there took root in ground that was already holding Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, already holding Mäṣḥafä Enoch, already holding a calendar theology, grounded in the Jubilee count and the Sabbath structure of the Zä-Sänbät. When Canon 29 of Laodicea said to set the Saturday Sabbath aside, the Ethiopian tradition looked at Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, chapter 2, verse 1, and continued keeping Saturday Teqemt in Giez, the term for the day that precedes the Sabbath. The day of preparation is Sänbät. Sänbät, the day before the Sabbath. In the Ethiopian Orthodox liturgical calendar, this is Friday, which means the Sabbath in this tradition is Saturday, not as a decision made in response to Laodicea, not as a theological statement against the Sunday tradition, simply as a continuation of what Mäṣḥafä Kufälê had always said the seventh day was, and what the Zä-Sänbät had always been keeping, since before the earth existed to keep anything. Ṭäqläy. The textual architecture that supports this in the Ethiopian canon is not a single verse, not a single chapter. It is the entire structure of the count. Because in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the 7-day week, and the 7-year sabbatical, and the 49-year Jubilee are not separate institutions invented at different points in the history of the tradition. They are one structure expressed at different scales, and that structure has a fixed orientation. The 7th day is the Zä-Sänbät, the 7th year is the Shemitah, the 49th year is the Sänbät, all three pointing to the same direction. The 7th, always the 7th, not the first rebranded as the 7th through the weight of institutional decision. The 7th, the one the Zä-Sänbät were carrying inside their name on the first day of the first week, before any other day had been named Ṭäqläy. Now, there is a specific detail in the gaze preservation of the Sabbath ordinance in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê that I want to show you, because it is the detail that makes the Saturday question not a matter of tradition, but a matter of counting. In chapter 50 of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the same chapter that ends with the sound of the Qärnä across the open ground, the text gives a specific instruction about the Sabbath inside the Jubilee year. It says that the Sabbath is to be observed in the Jubilee year as it is observed in every other year, without modification, without substitution, without the kind of adjustment that later institutional decisions would claim the authority to make. The Sabbath in the Jubilee year is the same Sabbath as the Sabbath in the first year of the count, which is the same Sabbath the Zä-Sänbät were keeping on the first day of creation, the 7th day, Saturday, without adjustment Teqemt, and the Ge'ez term that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê uses for this instruction is tezaz, the commandment, the ordinance, the thing that is not suggested, but ordered, not by a council, not by an institutional body with historical authority over a geographic area, by the angel of the presence, Tem, dictating to Moses on the mountain, the same being that placed the Zä-Sänbät, the opening of creation, before any human being existed to observe anything. The tezaz came from the same voice that named the 7th day before the 7th day had been lived in by anyone on the earth below. Tenlent. What stays with me about this passage every time I return to it in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is that the Ethiopian tradition did not need to argue against Laodicea. It did not need to mount a theological defense of Saturday against the weight of Canon 29. It simply continued reading what it had always been reading. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, Chapter 2, the Zä-Sänbät present at creation, carrying the Sabbath inside their name. Chapter 50, the Te'ezaz. The Sabbath in the Jubilee year, observed without modification. The seventh day, Saturday, the same day it has always been. A council in Laodicea in 363 could decide many things. It could not decide which day the Zä-Sänbät were made for. That was decided before Laodicea existed, before the Roman Empire that hosted it existed, before the mountain where the count was given existed. Locked. The lamp in this stone room is burning steadily. The smoke rises straight in the still air. No wind tonight inside these walls. The parchment is cold at the edges, where the lamplight does not reach, but the text in the center of the page is visible. Te'ezaz, the ordinance, the seventh day, observed in the Jubilee year, as it has always been observed, as the Zä-Sänbät observed it, before the earth had a seventh day to observe Teqemt. What the count was protecting by insisting on Saturday is what the next fragment is going to show us. Because the 364-day calendar that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê insists on with the same precision, it insists on everything else, was not protecting a day. It was protecting something larger, something that falls apart the moment the calendar shifts even slightly. Stay with it. We are going deeper into what the count was built to preserve. The calendar is not the point. That is the first thing I want to say before we go into this. The 364-day solar calendar that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê insists on with a force that surprises most modern readers the first time they encounter it, is not the point in itself. The calendar is the container, and what the container is protecting is the point. Let me show you what is inside it. The Ṭäqläy. In Gez, the term that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê uses for the appointed times, the sacred intervals, the specific moments in the year when the structure of sacred time becomes visible in the ordinary world, is Mälä:kt. Not simply festivals, not simply feast days in the sense of communal celebrations organized by religious authorities for the spiritual benefit of their communities. Mälä:kt carries the sense of moments that exist in the structure of time itself. Appointed, not by human decision, but by the architecture of the count. The same architecture that the angel of the presence dictated from the beginning. From the beginning, which means the Mälä:kt do not move. They are fixed inside the structure of time the way the Sänbät is fixed at the end of every 49 years. They are there whether or not the calendar being used by the community attempting to observe them places them correctly. And this is where the warning in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê becomes urgent teletant. The text is direct about what happens when the calendar shifts, not diplomatim, not hedged, not delivered, with the kind of institutional softness that later commentary tends to apply to passages that make people uncomfortable. Direct. If you use the wrong calendar, you will observe the Mälä:kt on the wrong days. And if you observe them on the wrong days, you are not observing them Ṭäqläy. That is the claim. Not that you are observing them imperfectly, not that you are observing them with reduced spiritual benefit, that you are not observing them at all tentrelets, because the Mälä:kt exist at specific coordinates inside the structure of time, and the structure of time does not adjust itself to accommodate a calendar that has drifted from the architecture the angel of the presence dictated Tem on the mountain Tent. Now, let me show you how the drift happens and why the 364-day solar calendar was the specific tool Mäṣḥafä Kufälê insisted on as the container for the Mälä:kt Ṭäqläy. A solar year has approximately 365.25 days. A lunar year has approximately 354 days. The difference between a solar year and a lunar year is approximately 11 days. In 1 year, 11 days of drift seems manageable. In 10 years, the drift is 110 days, roughly 3.5 months. In 49 years, the drift approaches 18 months, which means that a community using a purely lunar calendar across one complete Jubilee cycle would be observing the Mälä:kt of the 50th year, approximately 18 months away from where those Mälä:kt actually fall inside the structure of time. The Qärnä that should sound on the 10th day of the 7th month would be sounded in a different month entirely, on a different day, over a different piece of ground that the count does not recognize as the appointed time. Ṭäqläy taught, this is not a minor liturgical inconvenience. In the theology of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, this is the difference between participating in the structure of sacred time and standing slightly outside it, doing the right things at the wrong coordinates at Ṭäqläy. The 364-day solar calendar that the text insists on was designed to prevent exactly this, not because 364 is the precise astronomical length of a solar year, but because 364 is divisible by 7. Exactly. 364 divided by 7 is 52. 52 weeks. Exactly. No remainder. Which means, in a 364-day calendar, every festival, every Mälä:kt, every Sabbath, falls on the same day of the week, every year, without variation, without drift, without the kind of slow displacement that accumulates across one Jubilee cycle into 18 months of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. The first of the first month is always a Wednesday in the 364-day calendar of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, because creation began on a Wednesdayer, and the calendar was built to remain anchored to that beginning forever. Every year, beginning where the first year began, every seventh day falling on the same day it fell on in the first week of the first year of the count. Saturday, Saturday, always Saturday. Not because the tradition decided was preferable, because the 364-day calendar encored to the first day of creation produces Saturday as the seventh day, mathematically, inevitably, without the possibility of drift. Ṭäqläy, the textual context of this calendar insistence in Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, is one of the most specific and least softened passages in the entire book. The angel of the presence M's dictating to Moses does not simply recommend the 364-day calendar. It warns against the alternative, in language that the G's preservation renders without qualification. There will be those, the text says, who will count the days wrongly, and in counting wrongly, they will disrupt the years. And in disrupting the years, they will disrupt the months. And in disrupting the months, they will disrupt the days. And in disrupting the days, they will disrupt the the appointed times, the coordinates in the structure of time where sacred things were designed to occur. Teqemt. The warning is not about intent. It is not saying that the people who count wrongly are malicious. It is saying that the disruption follows the drift automatically, the way that being 18 months from the appointed coordinate means being 18 months from the appointed coordinate, regardless of how sincerely you believe you are standing in the right place. Ṭäqläy. Now, I want to be careful here, because I am not standing inside this text tonight to make a judgment about any living community or any living calendar tradition. I am here to show you what Mäṣḥafä Kufälê actually says. And what it says is that the calendar is not a container that can be swapped out for a different container without affecting what is inside it. The zaman, the sacred time that the Mäläʻkt give access to, in Gez, zaman carries not just the sense of time as duration, but time as quality, the specific quality of a moment that is different from the moment sums surrounding it, not because something dramatic happens in it, but because the structure of time itself designated it as a moment when access to something larger than ordinary time is available. The zaman does not move because you move your calendar. It remains at its coordinate, and the community that remains at the same coordinate through the same 364-day structure and cord to the same first day of the same first week is the community that finds the zaman where it has always been tentalate. The Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo Church has kept this calendar. Not perfectly, no human institution keeps anything perfectly across 15 centuries, but with a fidelity to the structure that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê insists on, that no other major Christian tradition maintained in the same form, because no other major Christian tradition kept Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in its complete form, in its own language, read by its own communities, copied by its own scribes, in stone rooms, at highland altitude, by lamplight, on cold nights, by hands that understood what they were preserving well enough to press the reed slightly harder at the calendar passages, as though the hand itself knew that this was load-bearing, that this was not decoration around the main structure. This was the main structure, Ṭäqläy. The lamp in this room has been burning for many hours now. The oil is low. The flame is smaller than it was when the night began, but the page is still lit. The calendar ordinance still visible in the shrinking circling of light. Mälä:kt Zä-Ḥadär, the appointed times, the sacred quality of specific moments inside the count, still there, at their coordinates, waiting for the community that kept the calendar carefully enough to find them where they have always been talented. What preserved the calendar was not an institution. It was manuscripts, and the manuscripts that preserved it most completely, most carefully, most faithfully across the longest stretch of unbroken time are what the next fragment takes us to, the Gies manuscripts themselves. The physical objects in the specific places where they still exist tonight. Stay with it. We are going to the places where the count was kept. I want to take you somewhere specificum for a moment. Not the mountain. Not the dictation scene. Not the open ground of the Jubilee announcement. I want to take you to the places where the count was kept. Because the count did not preserve itself. It was preserved by specific people in specific places with specific materials, in specific conditions that were not always favorable to preservation. And understanding where Mäṣḥafä Kufälê survived and how, and in whose hands changes the weight of what we have been reading tonight from a text that exists somewhere in the general archive of ancient literature to a specific object that someone carried Mai across a lake in a reed boat before dawn to reach a stone room on an island where a lamp was already burning. Netalant. In Giez, the word for the sacred book, the manuscript as a physical object, carrying the weight of what it was given to carry, Reim, is Mäṣḥafä. Mäṣḥafä? Not simply a book in the modern sense of a container for information. A Mäṣḥafä in the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition is a living object, not metaphorically, not in the practical sense that a living community reads from it, chants from it, carries it in liturgical procession, wraps it in cloth when it is not being used, places it on a specific surface at a specific height, in a specific orientation, because the tradition has decided that how you handle what you are preserving is part of preserving it. The Mäṣḥafä is not stored. It is kept, and the person whose responsibility it is to keep it carries in Giez a title that the tradition takes seriously. Teqemt, the preserver, the keeper, the one who holds what has been given, without adding to it, without removing from it, without deciding that some parts are more important than other parts and can therefore be abbreviated for convenience. The Ṭäqläy copulates everything because the tradition that trained them understood that the decision about what matters and what does not was made before the Ṭäqläy was born, and their job was not to make it again. Their job was to carry what they were given forward. Tet. Now let me show you where they carried it. Tet. The first place is water, Lake Qärnä, the largest lake in Ethiopia, the source of the Blue Nile, sitting at an altitude of approximately 1,788 meters above sea level. On its surface and on the islands scattered across it, some of them small enough to walk around in 20 minutes, some of them large enough to hold a full monastic community with its own gardens, its own animals, its own stone church, its own library, are monasteries. Some of them established in the 4th century in the same generation that Frumentius of Tyre brought Christianity to the Aksumite Empire, still operating, still holding manuscripts, still copying, still keeping. The island monasteries of Lake Qärnä are among the oldest, continuously operating Christian monastic communities on earth and inside their libraries, in cloth-wrapped bundles, on wooden surfaces, in stone rooms that have held them for centuries. Are Mäṣḥafä, copies of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, copies of Mäṣḥafä Enoch, copies of the Ethiopian Synaxarium, copies of texts that scholars from outside did not know existed in complete form until they came here and were shown them. The second place is a name, Mäläḳt, a monastery on the eastern shore of Lake Hake, a smaller highland lake southeast of Lake Tanna, founded according to tradition in the 13th century by the monk Iyasus Moa. Mäläḳt became one of the most important centers of manuscript production and preservation in the entire Ethiopian tradition. Scribes trained there went out to other monasteries, carrying with them not only the texts, but the practice of copying them correctly. The specific discipline of the Ṭäqläy, the understanding that the Mäṣḥafä is a living object that requires a living community to keep it alive. Mäläḳt trained that community, generation by generation, Nonner, sending scribes into the highland interior with reeds and ink and the specific knowledge of how to prepare the vellum from animal skin so that the ink would hold for centuries rather than decades. Mäläḳt, the physical process of making a Mäṣḥafä in the Ethiopian tradition is something I want to describe briefly because it changes the weight of what you are holding when you hold one. The vellum was prepared from goat or sheep skin, soaked in water, scraped clean, stretched on a frame, dried under tension until the surface achieved a specific quality of smoothness and translucency. Not paper, skin, thin enough to let light through at the edges. When held up to a lamp, the ink was prepared from a combination of soot and gum, Arabic, and other materials that varied by monastery, by century, by the specific knowledge of the Teqemt preparing it. And the reed was cut from a specific plant at a specific angle that determined the width of the stroke aimed, and therefore the character of the script that would mark the surface for the next several centuries. When I hold this knowledge alongside the text of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, what I feel is the weight of a specific decision made by specific people in specific stone rooms at specific highland altitudes over 15 centuries. The decision to keep going, to prepare the vellum again, to cut the reed again, to grind the ink again, to sit down in the lamplight again and copy what the previous hand had copied from the hand. Before that, from the hand. Before that, going back to the first Ṭäqläy, who received this text and understood that it had to be carried forward. Not because an institution told them to, because the text itself demanded it. The textual context of the Ethiopian manuscript tradition in relation to Jubilees specifically is something that the wider world did not fully understand until the 19th century. when European scholars, searching for the complete text of Jubilees, which was known to have existed from references in other texts, but had not been found in complete form in any Hebrew, Greek, or Latin archive, went to Ethiopia and found it, not as a single manuscript, not as a lucky discovery in a forgotten corner of a single library, but in multiple copies across multiple monasteries, in multiple scribal traditions. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê was not a rare text in the Ethiopian tradition. It was a standard text, a text that every well-equipped monastic library was expected to hold, a text that scribes were trained to copy as a matter of course, a text so embedded in the liturgical and theological life of the community that its absence from a monastery's collection would have been a notable deficiency, while the rest of the world was searching for it. Ethiopia had always simply had it to tenet. What stays with me about this is the specific quality of what it means to keep something without knowing that the rest of the world has lost it. The Teqemt copying Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in the 14th century in a stone room on a Lake Tana island did not know that European scholarship was missing what they were copying, did not know that the Hebrew original of this text would not be recovered in even partial form until the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered at Qumran in 1947 Pofard, did not know that the complete text of Jubilees existed in full, in exactly one living tradition on earth. And that tradition was theirs. They simply kept going. Reed to vellum, lamp burning, highland cold, outside the stone walls. The count moving forward, one copied line at a time. The lamp on this island is still burning tonight. The monastery on this lake is still standing. The Mäṣḥafä, wrapped in its cloth, on its wooden surface, in its stone room, is still being kept by a community that did not stop keeping it when the rest of the world stopped knowing it existed. Debt they kept, and what they kept inside it goes deeper than the calendar, deeper than the Jubilee count, deeper than the Saturday Sabbath, deeper than the Mäläʻkt and the Zaman and the Tezas. What they kept is something that the next fragment takes us back to chapter 2 of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, back to the Zä-Sänbät. But deeper now than we went the first time, because now you know what the tradition that kept this text was willing to do to keep it, and knowing that changes what chapter 2 is able to give you. Stay with it. We are going back to the beginning of the count. One more time, with everything we have learned since we were last there. At chapter 2, Not because we did not understand it the first time, because now you are a different reader than you were when we were last here. The first time we stood at chapter 2, you knew that the Zä-Sänbät existed. You knew that 2 orders of angels were present at creation. You knew that the Sabbath was inside their name before the earth existed to name anything. But you did not yet know what the Teqemt knew. When they copied this passage, you did not yet know what 15 centuries of highland preservation looked like from the inside. You did not yet know what Tanna Haiki trained its scribes to understand about the weight of what they were carrying. You did not yet know what the calendar was protecting, or why the 364-day structure was not a preference, but a container for something that could not survive displacement. Now you know all of that, and chapter 2 reads differently from inside that knowledge. Datanat. Jubilees 2:17. The text says that God blessed the 7th day. In Ge'ez, the verb is Färräqä. Färräqä, not simply blessed in the sense of approval given from a distance, not blessed in the sense of a designation made, an official declaration that this day, from this point forward, carries a certain status. Färräqä, in the Ge'ez tradition, carries the sense of an active presence entering into what is being blessed. The blessing is not spoken over the 7th day. From outside it, the blessing moves into the 7th day and becomes part of what the 7th day is made of. Tenetinat. The difference between those two things is the difference between a day that has been designated sacred by an authority with the power to designate things, and a day that is sacred in its own substance, in its own structure, in the specific quality of what it is made of from the inside. Färräqä says the 7th day is sacred the way a stone is dense, not because someone decided it should be, because that is what it is made of. Teqemt. And then verse 17 continues, and God hallowed it. In Ge'ez, the verb is kedasa. Kedasa, to make holy, to set apart, to establish as belonging to a different order than the things surrounding it. But in the Ethiopian Orthodox theological tradition, kedasa carries a specific directional sense that the English to make holy does not fully render. To kedasa something is to draw it toward its source, to establish it in the condition it was always oriented toward before the ordinary world began pulling it in other directions. The 7th day was kedasa, not made holy from a condition of ordinariness, returned to its holiness, established in what it always was, confirmed in the condition, aim, it was always moving toward from the moment. The Zä-Sänbät were made with it inside their name, linked, now verse 18. And this verse is the one I have returned to more times than any other in this text, because it contains a claim so specific, so structurally significant, that I want to give it to you with complete care. The text says that the seventh day was hallowed and blessed above all days. And then it says why, Ṭäqläy, because on it God rested from all his works. That much is in most traditions that received any version of the creation account. But Mäṣḥafä Kufälê does not stop there. It continues, and it says that he commanded that it be kept by all who would keep it for all generations, forever. And then, before naming any human being, before naming Israel, before naming any community that would later be instructed to observe the Sabbath, the text names who kept it first: Ṭäqläy, the angels of the presence, and the angels of sanctification. The Zä-Sänbät, Ṭäqläy, these two orders were the first community of Sabbath keepers, not Moses and Israel at Sinai, not the patriarchs placed inside the Jubilee count, not any human community at any point in the history that followed. The Zä-Sänbät, keeping the seventh day in heaven before the earth had a seventh day to keep Ṭäqläy. The textual significance of this sequencing in the Ethiopian Orthodox canon is something I want to be very precise about, because it answers a question that most traditions have never thought to ask. The question is not, when did humans begin to keep the Sabbath? The question is, when did the Sabbath begin to be kept? And Jubilees 2:17 to 18 in the GE's preservation of the Ethiopian Orthodox canon answers that question with a precision that leaves no room for ambiguity. The Sabbath began to be kept on the first seventh day that ever existed in heaven by the Zä-Sänbät, who were made for exactly this. Before any human being had lived long enough to reach a seventh day taunt, which means that when the Ethiopian Orthodox Tewahedo tradition keeps the Saturday Sabbath tonight in its stone churches, in its island monasteries, in its highland communities that have not stopped keeping it for 15 centuries. It is not maintaining a human institution that was established at a particular point in religious history. It is participating in something that was already happening before religious history began. It is joining the Zä-Sänbät in what the Zä-Sänbät have never stopped doing. Tatat. Now, I want to show you what the scribal hands did at this specific passage. In Jubilees 2, 1718. In the oldest surviving Ge'ez manuscripts of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the ink at the seventh-day passage shows a specific quality that tells a story without words. The page at this point is darker than the pages surrounding it. Not because the scribe used different ink here, because more hands have touched this page at this point than anywhere else in the manuscript. The oils of fingers accumulated across centuries, of readers stopping here, of monks finding this passage in the pre-dawn dark before the liturgy and returning to it, the way you return to a place that gives you something you cannot get anywhere else. Of Teqemt, pausing here while copying, setting the reed down for a moment, looking at what had just passed through their hand. The Zä-Sänbät, Färräqä, Käbärä, the seventh day, kept in heaven before the earth existed to keep it, and then picking the reed up, again and continuing, because that is what the Ṭäqläy does. They carry it forward. Whatever they understand, whatever they feel, whatever the weight of this passage places in them, they carry it forward, reed to vellum, line by line, generation by generation, all the way to this stone room, this lamp, this page, this night Teqemt. The seventh day in the Ethiopian tradition is not observed as a memorial to something that happened a long time ago. It is observed as a participation in something that is still happening right now in the order of heaven that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê describes. The Zä-Sänbät are keeping it tonight, as they kept it on the first seventh day that ever existed, as they will keep it on the last seventh day that will ever exist, without interruption, without the kind of institutional drift that shifted a calendar by 11 days a year until 18 months of displacement had accumulated. The Zä-Sänbät do not drift. They simply keep tentelight and tonight in the stone churches of Ethiopian highlands, in the island monasteries of Lake Tana, in the communities that have been joining the Zä-Sänbät in their keeping for 15 centuries. The seventh day is still Saturday Sabbath. What the count records across all 49 Jubilees, from the first seventh day in heaven to the last seventh day of the 49th year, is what the next fragment is going to show us. The full span of the count. What the Ethiopian scribes understood they were recording when they calculated 49 Jubilees from the beginning to a specific point in time, and what they believed they were living inside when the calculation completed itself. Stay with it. The count is almost At its full number, the count has a terminal point, not a suggestion, not an approximation, not a general sense that the count moves forward indefinitely towards some unspecified future completion, a specific number at which the full span of 49 Jubilees completes itself, and the tradition that preserved Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in full inking in the stone rooms of the Ethiopian highlands. Ain knew what that number was, calculated it, wrote it down, and understood what they believed. They were living inside when the calculation completed itself. Ten said it in Giz, the term for the register of time, the formal record of what has occurred inside the count, and what remains to occur is Mäṣḥafä Zaman, Mäṣḥafä Zaman, the register of time, not a chronicle in the modern sense of a record of events organized by date for historical reference. A Mäṣḥafä Zaman in the Ethiopian tradition is a living document, one that tells you not only what has happened inside the count, but where you are inside it right now, which Jubilee you are in, which sabbatical year of that Jubilee, which week of years, which year of that week. The Mäṣḥafä Zaman is a coordinate system for sacred time, and the Ethiopian scribal tradition maintained it with the same precision. It maintained everything else. Because losing your position inside the count was not a minor administrative error. It was the kind of drift that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê had warned against in its most direct and unqualified language, Ṭäqläy. Now let me show you the calculation. 49 Jubilees, 49 cycles of 49 years each. 49 multiplied by 49 is 2,401 years. 2,401 from the first year of the first Jubilee, which Mäṣḥafä Kufälê places at the first year of creation, to the last year of the 49th Jubilee is 2,401 years. Tunt, the Ethiopian scribes who performed this calculation in the Mäṣḥafä Zaman tradition were not working abstractly. They were calculating against the chronology of the patriarchs, placed inside the count by the angel of the presence. Adam in the first Jubilee, Seth in the second, the line of patriarchs moving forward through the count, each one placed at a specific coordinate inside the 49-year structure with the precision we read in chapter 4 of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê. And when the scribes followed that line all the way forward, through all 49 Jubilees, they arrived at a specific epoch, a specific moment in the history of the tradition that the calculation pointed to as the terminal point of the 49th Jubilee. In Giz, the term for this reckoning, this process of following the count all the way to its terminal number, is Teqemt. Teqemt. The reckoning, the accounting, the moment of arriving at the number the count was always moving toward. The Ethiopian scribal tradition performed the Teqemt carefully, generation by generation, as new scribes inherited the calculation from the generation before them, not to predict events in the modern prophetic sense of forecasting what will happen on a specific future date, but to locate themselves inside the count, to know which Jubilee they were in, which sabbatical year of that Jubilee, what the structure of sacred time looked like from where they were standing. Inside it, Teqemt, the textual significance of the 2,401-year terminal point in the Ethiopian tradition is something I want to approach with care, because there are different scholarly positions on what the calculation was intended to point toward, and I am not here tonight to argue for one over another. What I am here to show you is what the Ethiopian scribes who maintained this calculation understood themselves to be doing when they performed it, and what they understood was this: the 49 Jubilees are not simply a large number of years organized into a convenient structure. They are the full span of a specific era, the era inside which the relationship between heaven and earth unfolds in its current form, and the terminal point of the 49th Jubilee is not the end of time. It is the end of a specific quality of time, the quality that requires a calendar to navigate, the quality that requires a Sabbath to mark, the quality that requires a Jubilee to release what has accumulated inside it. Dentant, after the 49th Jubilee completes itself, something changes in the nature of what time is, not in the sense that time stops, in the sense that the structure of release and accumulation, of Shemitah and Ṣeynbat, of Färräqä following Käbärä, following the Qärnä, completes its full cycle. And what remains on the other side of that completion is the condition that the Zä-Sänbät have always been keeping in heaven, not the approach to the seventh day. The seventh day itself, permanent, uninterrupted, without the need for a 49-year cycle to return to it, because it has never been left. What stays with me about this when I hold it alongside the entire structure of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is the shape of it. A book that begins with the angels of the presence and the angels of sanctification already keeping the Sabbath in heaven on the first day of the first week of the first year of the count. that moves through 49 Jubilees of human history, placing every patriarch inside the count with precision that insists on a calendar precise enough to keep the Mäläqqt at their coordinates without drift across the full 2,401 years. That ends with the sound of the Qärnä across open ground after the Käbärä is complete. Ṭäqläy is a book that knows where it is going. From the first line, it knows where it is going, and what it is going toward is the same thing. The Zä-Sänbät have always been keeping the permanent seventh day, the Sabbath that does not need to be released because it has never been bound. Dentelites, the Ethiopian scribes who maintained the Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, who performed the Teqemt generation by generation in their stone rooms at their highland altitude by their lamplight on their cold nights, were not simply keeping a record. They were orienting themselves inside a movement that began with the Zä-Sänbät on the first seventh day, that moved through 49 Jubilees of human history, and that ends at a condition the tradition calls by many names, but which Mäṣḥafä Kufälê points toward most simply in the image it uses throughout the count. Rest. The Sänbät that does not close at the end of the day. The seventh day that has no eighth day following it, because the seventh day has become the only day. Dant. The lamp in the stone room is very low now. The circle of light on the page has narrowed to the width of one hand, but the calculation is visible in the margin. Numbers written in a hand older than the main text. 49 times 49, 2401, arrived at carefully, verified twice, written in a margin that was meant to hold it, by a scribe who understood that they were not simply doing arithmetic. They were locating themselves inside a movement whose terminal point they could calculate, but not see, whose full shape they could trace in the text, but not inhabit completely, not yet. There is one more place the Count takes us tonight before we leave the manuscript room, a place where stone and sacred time meet in a form that does not require a lamp to be read. A place where the Count was inscribed, not on vellum, but on granite, in a field of standing stones that have been marking the passage of sacred time since before the first Ṭäqläy cut the first reed. Stay with it. We are going to Aksum one last time before the night begins its long dissolve. Leave the lamp behind. Leave the manuscript room. Leave the vellum. Leave the reed. Leave the circle of light narrowing toward the last hour of the oil. Come outside, into the dark, into the cold, into a field where the stones are not underfoot. They are above you. Teqemt, Aksum, in the northern highlands of Ethiopia, at an altitude of approximately 2,130 meters above sea level. A city that was the capital of the Aksumite Empire, one of the great powers of the ancient world. At its height, from roughly the 1st century to the 7th century of the Common Era, a city that the Ethiopian Orthodox tradition calls by a name that tells you immediately what it understood this place to be. Aksum Ṣeyon, Zion of Aksum, not named after Jerusalem, not claiming to be Jerusalem, named as a parallel, a highland Zion, a place where the sacred descended into the physical world with a specificity that the tradition encoded not only in its manuscripts, but in its stone Ṭäqläy, in this field at the northern edge of the city. The Aksumite kings erected obelisks, not obelisks in the Egyptian sense of monumental propaganda celebrating the power, nor of individual rulers, Stelae, standing stones of granite quarried from the hills outside the city, transported to this field and raised upright in a precise arrangement that the tradition understood as a physical statement about the relationship between the earth and the order above it. Ṭäqläy, the largest of them, standing today, is approximately 24 meters tall. A single piece of granite, carved, inscribed, raised upright by a civilization whose engineering modern scholars still study with a combination of admiration and unresolved questions about how exactly it was done. 24 meters of solid granite standing in a field of highland stone under a sky so dense with stars at this altitude that the darkness between the lights seems secondary. Almost incidental talentats stand here tonight in this field. Let your eyes adjust to the dark and then look up. The obelisk above you is not pointing at anything specific in the sky. It is not an astronomical instrument in the technical sense. It is something more fundamental than that. It is a direction, a physical statement in granite about which way matters up toward the order that the Zä-Sänbät inhabit, toward the heaven where the seventh day has always been kept, toward the Mäläʻkt, the appointed times that exist at their coordinates, regardless of whether the calendar below has drifted from their position. The obelisk does not drift. It stands where it was placed, pointing in the direction it was always pointing. Tent Teqemt in Ge'ez the verb for the act of inscribing, of marking stone with a statement intended to outlast the hand that made it, is nasala. Nasala, to inscribe, to mark, to place into a surface, something that the surface will hold after the one who placed it is gone. The Aksumite kings who raised these stelae were performing a specific act of nasala, not simply commemorating their own reigns, marking the ground of Aksum Ṣeyon as a place that understood its relationship to the order above it, a place that knew which direction was sacred and was willing to express that knowledge in granite, because granite outlasts vellum, outlasts lamplight, outlasts the hand that held the reed, outlasts the stone room that held the lamp, outlasts the monastery that held the stone room. Granite simply stands dentet. Dentets, the textual context of the relationship between the Aksumite obelisk tradition and the Ethiopian Orthodox calendar theology, is something I want to show you carefully, because it is easy to see the obelisks as a separate phenomenon from the manuscript tradition. Archaeology on one side, scripture on the other, stone monuments over there, vellum manuscripts over here, two different kinds of cultural expression with limited connection to each other. But that is not how the tradition understood them. The Aksumite Empire was the political structure inside which Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity took its deepest roots. Frumentius of Tyre, who brought Christianity to the Aksumite court in the 4th century, arrived in a kingdom that already had a sophisticated relationship to the theology of sacred time. A kingdom that already understood that certain moments in the year carried a quality different from the moments surround them. A kingdom that already encoded this understanding in stone. When Christianity arrived at the Aksumite court, it did not arrive into a theological vacuum. It arrived into a tradition that was already oriented upward, already pointing in granite toward the order above the ordinary world, and the calendar theology of Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, the Jubilee count, the Zä-Sänbät, the Saturday Sabbath, the Mälä:kt, their precise coordinates, inside the 364-day solar structure. Found in that tradition, a ground already prepared to receive it, tant. What the obelisks and the manuscripts share is not a direct textual connection. It is a posture, the posture of a tradition that understands that what it is preserving is larger than the institution doing the preserving. The Aksumite king who raised the obelisk was not saying, "Look at my power." He was saying, "Look at the direction." The Teqeľy, who copied Mäṣḥafä Kufälê be lamplight on a cold highland night was not saying, "Look at my scholarship, Gullier." They were saying, "Look at the count," both of them pointing in the same direction, one in granite, one in ink, both saying the same thing. The order above this is real. The seventh day, being kept there, is real. The count running from the first Jubilee to the 49th is real, and we are inside it right now, on this ground, under this sky, in this tradition that chose granite and vellum both because it understood that some things need to be said in more than one material to survive. The full length of the count, the inscriptions on the surface of the Aksumite Stelae are not primarily religious texts. They are records of reigns, of victories, of the names of kings who understood that their authority derived from their alignment with the sacred order above them. But there is something in the act of Mäṣḥafä itself, in the act of placing a statement into a surface hard enough to hold it for 15 centuries. That mirrors what the Teqemt was doing in the manuscript room. Reed pressed to vellum, not as hard as granite, but pressed with the same intention. This will outlast me. What I am placing here is larger than the hand placing it, and the one who receives it on the other side of the centuries will know what direction to point in. Let's stand in this field tonight. The granite above you is cold. The wind moving across the inscribed surface of the obelisk makes a sound that is not quite wind, because wind across a carved surface picks up the shape of the carving and carries it slightly in the sound it makes as it passes, as though the inscription Tem is still speaking in the only voice granite has, the voice of wind, moving across something that was placed here deliberately by a hand that understood what direction it was pointing. 10 times. The field is quiet now. The wind has settled. The obelisks stand in the dark above you, pointing upward in the direction they have always pointed it, toward the order that Mäṣḥafä Kufälê describes, toward the Zä-Sänbät in their keeping, toward the permanent seventh day that the 49 Jubilees of the count have always been moving toward. Teqemt, the night in this field is complete. The account has carried you as far as accounts carry. The last read in the manuscript room behind you has been set down for the night, and the obelisk field is waiting, as it has always waited, for the voice to stop and the granite to speak in the only way granite speaks, in silence, in stillness, in the specific weight of something that has been standing in the same place, pointing in the same direction for 15 centuries and has no intention of stopping. Mäläḳt, the lamps in the manuscript rooms of Aksum Ṣeyon are going out one by one, not because the night is over, because the night has finally arrived at the place it was always heading. The deep place, the still place, the place where the count dissolves into the thing it was always counting toward. Stay here. The last lamp is almost out, and what comes after it is not darkness. It is the field, the granite, the wind, the stars, and the silence of a tradition that said everything it needed to say in stone and in ink and in the careful, unhurried keeping of a seventh day that was always Saturday. The last reed has been set down for the night, not because the account is unfinished, because the night has reached the place where accounts give way to something older than accounts, something that does not need a voice to carry it to Ṭäqläy. The manuscript rooms of Aksum, Ṣeyon, are dark now. One by one, the lamps went out. Not suddenly, not all at once. The way lamps go out when the oil has finally done everything the oil was given to do. Slowly. The flame smaller, then smaller still, then a brief brightening as the last of the oil was drawn up, and then gone Ṭäqläy. The smoke from the wick rose for a moment. In the dark, a thin line of gray in a room that was already filling with darkness from the corners inward. And then the smoke dissolved into the air of the room. And the room became the same temperature as the night outside it. Cold, still, present, tet, the manuscripts, air resting now on their wooden surfaces, wrapped in their cloth, in their stone rooms, in the dark. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê closed. The Jubilee count. Inside it, still running, in the dark, the way the count has always run, without needing a lamp to continue, without needing a voice to carry it forward. Ṭäqläy, come out into the field. The obelisk field at Aksum, at midnight. The granite Stelae rising above you in the dark. You cannot see the full height of them. From here, you can feel it, the way you feel any large thing standing very close in the dark, not with the eyes, with the skin, with the specific awareness that something massive is displacing the air beside you and above you, and the dark is not empty in the direction of that displacement. Tent, the wind in this field at midnight is not the wind of earlier in the evening. The evening wind moved. It had direction. It came from somewhere and was going somewhere and made the grass move with it. The midnight wind in this field is different. It does not move so much as it exists, a presence in the air rather than a movement of it. Cold, consistent, the specific cold of highland midnight that settles into exposed skin, not sharply, but completely. The way the cold of a stone room settles into a body that has been sitting still in it for many hours, not painful, simply present. Ṭäqläy. The stars above this field tonight are the same stars that were above this field when the first stele was raised. Not the same light, the same stars, still recording, still present, still writing in the vault above what they have always written. The passage of sacred time, the Mäläʻkt, at their coordinates. The count still running in the dark tentrant. You do not need to understand all of it. Tonight, you were never asked to understand all of it. Tonight, you were only asked to stand in this field, in this cold, under these stars, with these stones rising above you in the dark, and let what the count has been pointing toward all this time arrive in you, the way cold arrives in stone, slowly, completely, without asking permission to tent. The account is finished. The field is not. It continues in the dark behind these words. The granite above you still pointing in the direction it has always pointed. The count still running. Inside Mäṣḥafä Kufälê, in the dark stone room behind you, the Zä-Sänbät still keeping what they have always kept. The seventh day, still Saturday, somewhere above this field, in the order that the obelisks have been pointing toward for 15 centuries. Still kept, still present, still there. Ṭäqläy. Let the field hold you now. The granite will hold you. The cold will hold you. The count running in the dark will hold you. And the night, which has been waiting with great patience for the account to finish, will hold you most of all. Come deeper into the field. The stones are waiting. The stars are waiting. And the seventh day, which does not close at the end of the day, because in heaven it has no end, is waiting for you to arrive at the place the count was always pointing toward Ṭäqläy. Rest now. The field will hold. The field, just the field. Nothing else required of you now. Not understanding, not remembering, not holding any of the fragments we carried tonight in the careful, deliberate way. You hold something. You are afraid of dropping. You can set it down. All of it. The count does not need you to carry it to continue running. It was running before you arrived at this field tonight. It will continue. After you have rested, your holding of it was never what kept it going. Teqemt tight. Set it down. Teqemt tight. The granite above you, in the dark, is the same granite it was an hour ago. Nothing has changed in this field. The obelisks stand where they were placed. The wind moves across their carved surfaces in the same direction it was moving when we first arrived here. The stars above have shifted slightly in the time we have been standing in this field. Only slightly. The way stars shift when hours pass and you are standing still enough to notice what you would not notice if you were moving a slow rotation the entire vault, turning above this field, above these stones, above you, at the rate of one full rotation every 24 hours, which means in the time you have been standing here, the stars have moved the width of several hands held up against the sky, but they are still the same stars, still recording, still present, still doing what stars do at this altitude, at this hour, over this specific field of inscribed granite. Teqemt taught, let your shoulders drop slightly, not forcefully. Simply allow them to find the level they would naturally find. If you stopped holding them at the height the day requires, the day is over. The height it required is no longer required. Your shoulders know this. Let them find their own level. Teqemt, the cold in this field at this hour, is settling, not deepening, in the way cold deepens in the hours before dawn, when the temperature drops to its lowest point, settling, finding its own level, the way your shoulders are finding their level. The cold of midnight on the Ethiopian highland is not the aggressive cold of a place that wants you to leave. It is the settled cold of a place that has simply arrived at what it is for this part of the night and has no intention of being anything else until the morning changes it. Tent. Feel it on the surface of your hands, the backs of your hands where the skin is thinner than the palm. The cold arrives there first, not painfully, simply as information. The information that you are outside, at altitude, at midnight, in a field of granite that has been releasing the warmth of the day for many hours now, and has finally released all of it. The stone is as cold as the air now. There is no longer any distinction between the temperature of the stone and the temperature of the air surrounding it. cold and cold. The same cold. All of it simply the same intent. The wind across the obelisk nearest to you makes a sound as it passes the carved inscription on the granite surface. Not a loud sound, a low sound, a low sound, the sound of air moving across a surface that is not smooth. The letters cut into the granite are not deep by modern standards, but they are deep enough that the wind finds them, and in finding them changes slightly in the sound it makes sums as it passes, as though the inscription is still being read by the only reader available at this hour in this field, the wind, reading what the hand pressed into the stone 15 centuries ago in the only voice available to it, a low, continuous, indifferent to whether Enion is listening. Ṭäqläy, you are listening, but you do not need to understand what the wind is reading. The understanding is not required of you at this hour. Only the listening, and even the listening, does not need to be active. It can be passive. The sound arriving at the surface of your awareness, the way the cold arrived at the surface of your hands, simply as information, or that you are here, that the wind is here, that the granite is here, that the field is continuing to be what it is without requiring anything from you to continue. Den Lent, your breathing has slowed slightly since we arrived in this field. You may not have noticed, but it has. The breath that was keeping pace with the account, with the fragments, with the weight of 49 Jubilees and 2,401 years of counted sacred time. That breath is no longer keeping pace with anything. It is finding its own pace, the pace that belongs to a body that has set down what it was carrying and is standing in a field at midnight, simply breathing dead and platted. Let the next breath be slightly softer than the one before it. Not forced, simply allowed to find its own level, the way the cold found its level, the way the shoulders found their level. Softer, and the one after that, softer still. Not less air, less effort to move the air. The body knows how to breathe without effort. It has been doing it without your assistance for your entire life. Let it continue without your assistance. Now, Denet. The obelisks in this field were raised by people who slept in this city, who woke in this city, who counted the Jubilees in this city, who kept the Saturday Sabbath in this city, who copied Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in stone rooms that still exist in this city, who died in this city. and whose sleep was as deep as the sleep that is approaching you now. Ṭäqläy. The granite above you outlasted them not because granite is superior to the people who shaped it, because granite does not need to do anything to continue existing. It simply stands, and in standing, preserves the direction. It was always pointing upward toward the order. That does not change when the people who understood it sleep, or die, or are replaced by people who will also sleep and die and be replaced in turn. The granite stands through all of it, pointing upward. In the direction the Zä-Sänbät have always been tenetets, your body is becoming the same temperature as the air around it. Not literally, in the sense that the boundary between where you end and where the night begins is becoming less distinct. The held tension of maintaining a separate self inside an ordinary day is releasing layer by layer, the way the stone released its warmth layer by layer as the hours passed, until the stone and the air were the same temperature. You and the night are becoming the same temperature. And this is not a frightening thing. This is what sleep is, the nightly Färräqä, nari. The small release that the body performs every night at this hour. The release of the held self into the larger dark that holds it without effort, without condition, without requiring that the self remain distinct from what holds it. The count running in the dark inside the closed Mäṣḥafä in the stone room behind you does not stop while you sleep. The Zä-Sänbät, keeping the seventh day in the order above this field, do not pause while you sleep. The granite above you, pointing upward in the direction it has always pointed, does not lower while you sleep. Everything that was true before you arrived at this hour will continue to be true while you rest, and will be waiting for you when you return from wherever sleep carries you. Ṭäqläy, the wind across the obelisk nearest to you has softened, not stopped. Softened. The way things soften at midnight, when even the wind has been moving long enough to find the level it was always moving toward. Low, patient, continuous. The sound of it across the carved granite is barely audible now, less a sound than a presence in the air. The way the cold is a presence rather than a sensation at this hour, simply there. Ṭäqläy. Let your eyes close if they have not already. The field does not require your eyes to continue. The obelisks will still be above you when you open them again, the stars will have moved slightly further in their slow rotation, but they will still be there. Everything that is here tonight will still be here. The field is patient. It has been patient for 15 centuries. One night of your rest inside it is not a long time for a field of granite to hold Ṭäqläy, the Jubilee count inside Mäṣḥafä Kufälê in the dark stone room behind this field is at whatever number it is at tonight. You do not need to know the exact number. You do not need to calculate which Jubilee, which sabbatical year, which week of years, which year of the week you are currently inside. The count knows where it is. It does not require your awareness to know where it is. You are inside it, regardless. The way you are inside the field, regardless of whether your eyes are open to see the granite above you, inside, held by the count, by the field, by the cold, by the specific weight of a night that does not need you to be awake to continue being what it is, Ṭäqläy, the seventh day that the Zä-Sänbät have always been keeping in the order above this field, is keeping you now, not because you have earned its keeping, not because you have understood enough of the count to deserve its keeping, because the seventh day keeps everything placed inside it, without condition. The way the field keeps the obelisks without asking them to justify their presence. The way the dark keeps the stars, snem, without asking them to explain their light. The seventh day keeps you tonight, as it has kept every person who has ever arrived at this hour in this tradition, and allowed the count to carry them into the rest. It was always pointing toward Ṭäqläy. Mäṣḥafä Kufälê is closed. The Jubilee count inside it is running in the dark. The obelisks are standing in the dark. The Zä-Sänbät are keeping in the darkor. The wind is reading the inscriptions in the darkor. The stars are recording in the darkor. And you are resting, are in the dark, are, which is not empty, which has never been empty, which is full of the count, full of the keeping, full of the granite, full of wind, full of the wind, full of the appointed times at their coordinates, full of the 49 Jubilees, moving toward the permanent seventh day that has no eighth day following it, full of everything the tradition kept on your behalf while you were not yet old enough to know. It was being kept Ṭäqläy, the granite, above you. In the dark is the last thing you need to feel. Tonight, not see. Feel the mass of it displacing the air. beside you, and above you in the dark. The specific weight of something that was placed here deliberately by a hand that understood what direction it was pointing, and placed it here for you, for exactly this moment, this hour, this field, this rest et dint. Feel the mass of it above you, and let the weight of your own body respond to it. Heavy in the way only a body that has finally set everything down can be heavy, not the heavy of burden, the heavy of arrival. The Färräqä heavy, the release heavy, the heavy of a thing that has been carried a long way and has finally been set down in the right place. Dentrant, the right place, is here. This field, this night, this cold, this granite pointing upward in the dark, this count running in the closed manuscript in the stone room behind you, this seventh day being kept on in the order above. This rest, talent, let it be heavy, your hands, heavy. Your shoulders already found their level a long time ago. Your chest rising and falling at the pace it chose for itself when you stopped asking it to keep pace with the account. Your legs heavy, the specific heaviness of legs that have been standing in this field for a long time and have finally been given permission to rest. The obelisk field damped at Aksum at midnight does not need you to stand in it. It has been here without anyone standing in it for most of its existence. Most midnights in this field have passed without a single human presence to witness them. The field continued. Anyway, the wind continued, reading the inscriptions. Anyway, the stars continued, rotating above the granite. Anyway, you were not needed for any of it to continue, and you are not needed for any of it to continue. Now, you can rest. The field will continue without you for as long as you need 10 Lent, and when you return from wherever sleep carries you, tonight, the count will be at whatever number it has reached. By then, the obelisks will be standing where they have always stood. The stars will have completed another portion of their rotation, and the seventh day in the order above this field will still be Saturday, as it has always been, as the Zä-Sänbät have always kept it, as Mäṣḥafä Kufälê has always said it was, since before the mountain that delivered the count existed, since before the first obelisk was raised in this field, since before the first Teqemt cut the first reed and pressed it to the first vellum in the first stone room at the first highland altitude, by the first lamp on the first cold night of 15 centuries of keeping Saturday nar still. Always tenets, rest now. The granite will hold, the count will hold, the field will hold, the seventh day will hold Ṭäqläy, everything that was kept on your behalf. Tonight is holding you. Now Ṭäqläy, let it